his oath to quit the realm within 40 days. 272. Coming to the gate of the church or churchyard, he swore solemnly before the assembled crowd, "Boys, boys, boys, coroner and other good folk, I, William de Wellington, for the crime of manslaughter which I have committed, will quit this land of England nevermore to return, except by leave of the kings of England or their heirs, so help me God and his saints." The coroner then assigned him a port, and a reasonable time for the journey. From Yelverton it would have been about a week. His bearing during this week was minutely prescribed, never to stray from the high road, or spend 2 nights in the same place, to make straight for his port, and to embark without delay. If at Dover he found no vessel ready to sail, then he was bound daily to walk into the sea up to his knees, or, according to stricter authorities, up to his neck, and to take his rest only on the shore, in proof that he was ready in spirit to leave the land which by his crimes he had forfeited. His dress meanwhile was that of a felon condemned to death, a long, loose white tunic, bare feet, and a wooden cross in his hand to mark that he was under protection of Holy Church. Such abjurations were matters of common occurrence, yet Dover beach was not crowded with these unwilling pilgrims. A few, of course, were overtaken and slain on the way, in spite of their sacred character, by the friends of the murdered man. But many more must have reflected that, since they would find neither friends nor welcome abroad, there was less risk in taking their chance as runaways at home. If caught, they were liable to be strung up out of hand, but how many chances there must have been in the fugitives' favor! And, even in the last resort, some plausible excuse might possibly soften the captors' hearts. One criminal, who might possibly even have rubbed shoulders with Chaucer in London, pleaded that he had taken sanctuary and been torn from the altar. This was disproved, and he took refuge in a convenient dumbness. For such afflictions the Middle Ages knew a sovereign remedy, and he was led forthwith to the gallows. Here he found his tongue again, and pleaded clergy, but he failed to read his neck verse, and was hanged. Often the miserable homesick wanderers came back and tried to save their lives by turning approvers against fellow criminals. In 1330 Parliament had to interfere, and ruled that John English, Lengleys, who 3 years before had slain the mayor of Lynn, taken sanctuary, and abjured the realm, could not now be suffered to purchase his own pardon by accusing others. What happened, it may be asked, if William refused either to acknowledge his guilt or to stand his trial, and simply clung to the sanctuary? At least half the criminals thus refused, and here even theory was uncertain. If, at the end of his 40 days of grace, the lay authorities tore him from the altar, then they were pretty sure of excommunication from the bishop. The lawyers held, therefore, that it was for the ordinary, the archdeacon, the parson, to expel this man who had outstayed even the ecclesiastical welcome, but we all know the risk of dragging even a good-tempered dog from under a chair where he has taken refuge, and how could the poor bishop be expected to deal with this desperado? The matter was thus, like so many others, left very much to chance. The village did its best to starve the man out, and meanwhile to watch him night and day. One offending William, whose 40 days had expired on the 12th of August, 1374, held out against this blockade until September the 9th, when he fled. Then there was a hue and cry of the whole village. He might indeed run the gauntlet and make good his escape, leaving his quondam neighbors to prove before the justices that they had done all they could, or to pay a fine for their negligence. Often, however, a stick or stone would bring him down at close quarters, or an arrow from afar. Then in a moment he was overpowered and beheaded, and that chase was remembered for years as the greatest event in Yelvertaft. There was indeed one gross irregularity in the case of Sir William de Wellington, but an irregularity which modern readers will readily pardon. Becket had given his life for the freedom of the Church as he conceived it, and especially for the principle that no cleric should be punished by the lay courts for any offence, however heinous. The death of the holy blissful martyr did indeed establish this principle in theory, and, with the most powerful corporation in the world to protect it, it was, in fact, kept far more strictly than most legal theories. William, therefore, after dashing John the cobbler's brains upon the floor, might well have found it necessary to take refuge in the Church from the blind fury of summary and illegal vengeance, but he need not have abjured the realm. In theory he had simply to confess his offence, or to stand his trial and suffer conviction from the king's judges. Then the bishop's commissary stepped forward and claimed the condemned clerk in the name of the Church. The bishop, disregarding the verdict of the jury, would try him again by the primitive process of compurgation, that is, would bid him present himself with a specified number of fellow clergy or persons of repute, who would join William in swearing on the Bible to his innocence. In this particular case William would probably have failed to find proper compurgators, and the bishop might, if he had chosen, have imprisoned him for life. But this involved very considerable expense and responsibility. It was a more invidious and costly matter than to prosecute nowadays for alleged illegal practices, and the documents show us very clearly that only the smallest fraction of these criminous clerks were imprisoned for any length of time. Indeed, for any such strict system, the episcopal prisons would have needed to be 10 times their actual size. Equally seldom do we find notices of the next drastic punishment in the bishop's power, the total degradation of the offender from his orders, after which the lay judges might punish him unchallenged for his second crime. Many of the guilty parties did, in fact, purge themselves successfully, and were thus let loose on society as before. This we have on the unimpeachable testimony of the Oxford Chancellor Gascoigne, even if it were not sufficiently evident from the records themselves. The notoriously guilty received more or less inadequate punishments, and were sometimes simply shunted on to another diocese, a shifting of responsibility which was practiced even by the strictest of reforming prelates. The curious reader may trace for himself, in the English summaries from Bishop Giffard's Register, the practical working of these clerical privileges. 273. First, there are frequent records of criminous clerks handed over to the bishop, in the ordinary routine, by the lay justices. Sometimes the bishop had to interfere in a more summary fashion, as when he commissioned 4 rural deans to cause Robert, rector of the Church of the Blessed Mary in the market of Bristol, to be released, he being suspected of homicide, having fled to the church, and having been besieged here, and to excommunicate all who should oppose them. 49. Robert had not yet gone through any formal trial. The bishop apparently rescued him merely from the fury of the people, but, even if he had been tried and condemned by the king's courts, he had still a liberal chance of escape. A few pages further in the Register, 79, we find a declaration that whereas William de Capella, an acolyte, was accused and condemned for the death of John Gagun of Pershore, before the justices itinerant at Worcester, and was on demand of the bishop's commissary delivered up by the same justices, the same William being afterwards examined before the sub-prior of Worcester, and Geoffrey de Coubelay, clerk, solemnly declared that he was in no wise guilty, and at length upon proclamations, no one opposing, with 4 priests, 2 subdeacons, and 6 acolytes, his compurgators, he was admitted to purgation and declared innocent of the said crime, and after giving security to answer any accusers if required, he was permitted to depart freely. And it is forbidden under pain of anathema to any one to lay such homicide to the charge of the said William. Sometimes, however, the scandal was too notorious, and, though no mere layman had the least legal right to interfere with the bishop's own private justice, the king would apply pressure in the name of common sense. So on page 408 we find a letter from King Edward I to John Peckham, Archbishop of Canterbury, desiring him to refuse purgation to Robert de la Warre, a clerk accused of theft and homicide and in the gaol of Worcester, and a few months later the same strenuous champion of justice sent a more general warning to the Bishop of Worcester, forbidding him to take the purgation of clerks detained in his prison, whose crimes are notorious, but with regard to others he may take such purgation. 410. The system was, indeed, notoriously faulty, and did much to encourage that venality in the clerical courts which moved Chaucer's laughter and the indignation of his contemporaries. The clergy, says Gower, are judges in their own cause, and each shields the other. My turn today, tomorrow thou shalt do the like for me. In vain did councils decree year after year that they should bear no arms. Rectors, as we have seen in Chapter 8, imperturbably bequeathed their formidable daggers by will, and duly registered the bequest in the bishop's court. O priest, answer to my call, whereforest thou so long a knife dangling at thy belt? Art thou armed to fight in God's quarrel or the devil's? The wild beast in rutting season becomes fiercer and more wanton. If ever he be thwarted, forthwith he will fight and strike, and that is the same cause why the priests fight when they turn to lechery like beasts. They wander idly everywhere seeking and hunting for women, with whom they corrupt the country. 274. A century later the Commons pressed the king for fresh and more stringent laws to remedy the notorious fact that upon trust of the privilege of the Church, divers persons have been the more bold to commit murder, rape, robbery, theft, and other mischievous deeds, because they have been continually admitted to the benefit of the clergy as often as they did offend in any of the aforesaid. This petition of the Commons and the act which resulted from it, had already often been anticipated by the rough and ready justice of the people themselves. In 1382, the citizens of London took these matters into their own hands, and Chaucer had probably seen more than one unchaste priest marched with his guilty partner to the common lock-up in Cornhill, to the accompaniment of derisive music, and amid the jeers of the populace. 8 years after his death, the city authorities began to keep a regular record of such cases, and Letter Book I contains some dozens of similar charges, mostly against chaplains celebrating in the city. Temp. Henry IV. To Henry VI. 275. This lynch law is abundantly explained by the very disproportionate numbers of criminous clerks whom we often find recorded in coroners' or assize rolls, and who were frequently no mere shavelings, but priests and substantial incumbents. 276. In 1200 these men were almost above the law. In 1600 they were amenable to justice as though they had not been anointed with oil. In 1400 it depended, as in London and in this Yelvertaft case, whether the popular indignation was strong enough to beat down the clerical privilege. Accident plays a more important part in the 14th century than in any other age, and in many ways England was no doubt the merrier for this. Prosaic and uniform modern justice, bewigged as well as blindfolded, could no more have been foreseen by Chaucer than railways or life insurance. First of all, there was the chance of bribing the judge in the regular and acknowledged way of business. 277. Then, the prospect of a royal pardon. Edward III more than once proclaimed such a general amnesty, and a petition of the Commons in 1389, forthwith embodied in an Act of Parliament, is eloquent on the outrageous mischiefs and damages which have befallen the realm because treasons, murders, and rapes of women are too commonly perpetrated, and all the more so because charters of pardon have been too lightly granted in such cases. The terms of the petition and bill, and the heroic measures of remedy, are sufficiently significant of the state of things with which the reformers had to contend. 278. Moreover, justice offered at every point a series of splendid uncertainties, and 1,000 giddy turns of fortune's wheel. Apart from the practical impunity of the powerful, even the poorest felon had more chances in his favor than the modern plutocrat, for there is no higher prize than a man's own life, and no American millionaire enjoys facilities for homicide equal to those of our 14th century villagers. Such regrettable incidents, as reckoned from the coroner's rolls, were from 5 to 40 times more frequent then than in our days. It depends whether we count them as mere manslaughters or, according to the stricter idea of modern justice, as downright murders. No doubt stabbing was never so frequent or so systematic in England as at Naples, but thousands of worthy Englishmen might have cried with Chaucer's host, "For I am perilous with knife in hand." Many readers have doubtless noted how, in this very passage, Harry Bailey reckons as probable punishment for homicide not the gallows, but only outlawry, I wot well she will do me slay some day some near bower, and then go my way. The fact is that judicial statistics of the Middle Ages show the murderer to have had many more chances of survival than a convicted thief. The Northumberland Roll of 1279, to choose a typical instance, gives 72 homicides to only 43 accidental deaths. These 72 deaths were brought home to 83 culprits, of whom only 3 are recorded to have been hanged. Of the remainder, 69 escaped altogether, 6 took sanctuary, 2 were never identified, 1 pleaded his clergy, 1 was imprisoned, and 1 was fined. To a mind of any imagination, such bare facts will often open wider vistas than a great deal of so-called poetry. There can be no truer commentary on the tale of Gamelin or the jest of Robin Hood than these formalised rolls. The justice's clerk drones on, with damnable iteration, paragraph after paragraph, Alan Fuller, and he fled, and therefore let him be outlawed. Chattels heeth none. Patrick Scott, fled, outlawed. William Slater, fled, outlawed. But all the while we see the broad sunshine outside the windows, and hear the rustle of the forest leaves, and voices whisper in our ear, he must needs walk in wood that may not walk in town. Times in summer, when the shores be sheen, and leaves be large and long, it is full merry in fair forest to hear the fowl's song. Chapter 23 Priests and People. Charity is a childlike thing, as Holy Church witnesseth, as proud of a penny as of a pound of gold, and also glad of a gown of grey russet as of a coat of damask or of clean scarlet. He is glad with all glad, as girls that laugh and all, and sorry when he seeth men sorry, as thou seest children. Laugh when men laughen, and lower where men lowren. And in a friar's frock he was found once, but that is far and many years, in Francis' time, in that suit since too seldometh he been found. Piers Plowman B. 17, 296, 352. When the greatest pope of the 13th century saw in his dream a vision of Saint Francis propping the tottering church, both he and the saint augured from this happy omen a reformation more sudden and complete than was actually possible. Church historians of all schools have often seemed to imply that if Saint Francis had come back to earth on the first or second centenary of his death, he would have found the church rather worse than better, and certainly Chaucer's contemporaries thought so. It is probable that in this they were mistaken, that the higher life was in fact unfolding no less surely in religion than in the state, but that men's impatience of evils which were only too obvious, and a restlessness bred by the rapid growth of new ideas, tempted them to despair too easily of their own age. The failure of the friars became a theme of common talk, as soon as enough time had gone by for the world to realize that Francis and Dominic had but done what man can do, and that there was as yet no visibly new heaven or new earth. Wycliffe himself scarcely inveighed more strongly against many of the worst abuses in the Church than Bonaventure a century before him. Bonaventure, the canonized saint and minister general of the Franciscans, who as a boy had actually seen the founder face to face. The current of thought during those 100 years is typified by Dante and the author of Piers Plowman. Dante, bitterly as he rebuked the corruptions of the age, still dreamed of reform on conservative lines. In Piers Plowman it is frankly recognized that things must be still worse before they can be better. The Church is there described as already succumbing to the assaults of Antichrist, aided by proud priests more than 1,000, by Mary, quoth a cursed priest of the March of Ireland, I count no more conscience, if only I catch silver, than I do to drink a draught of good ale. And so said 60 of the same country, and shotten again with shot, many a sheaf of oaths, and broad-hooked arrows, God's heart, and God's nails. And had almost unity and holy church adown. Conscience cried help, clergy, 279, or else I fall through imperfect priests and prelates of holy church. Friars heard him cry, and came him to help, but, for they knew not their craft, conscience forsook them. One friar, however, is admitted, brother creep into houses, but he turns out the worst traitor of all, benumbing contrition by his false absolutions. Sloth saw that, and so did pride, and came with a keen will conscience to assail. Conscience cried oft, and bade clergy help him, and also contrition, for to keep the gate. He lieth and dreameth, said peace, and so do many other. The friar with his physic this folk hath enchanted, and plastered them so easily, they dread no sin. By Christ, quoth conscience then, I will become a pilgrim, and walken as white as all the world lasteth to seek Piers the Plowman, winking sad smiley 280, that pride may be destroyed, and that friars have a finding, 281, that for need flatten, and counter plead me, conscience. Now, kind me avenge and send me hap and heal, till I have Piers the Plowman. And sith he cried after grace, till I gan awake. So ends this dreamer on the Malvern Hills, and so thought many more good Christians of Chaucer's time. It would be tedious even to enumerate the orthodox authorities which testify to the deep corruption of popular religion in the 14th century. 2 books of Gower's Vox Clamentis, or 1/3 of the whole work, are devoted to invectives against the Church of his time, and he goes over the same ground with equal minuteness in his Mire de l'Homme. The times are out of joint, he says, the light of faith grows dim, the clergy are mostly ignorant, quarrelsome, idle, and unchaste, and the prelates do not correct them because they themselves are no better. The average priests do the exact opposite of what Chaucer praises in his Poor Parson, they curse for tithes, and leave their sheep in the lurch to go mass hunting into the great towns. If, again, they stay unwillingly in the villages, then instead of preaching and visiting they waste their own time and the patrimony of the poor in riot or debauchery. Nay, the higher clergy even encourage vice among the people in order to gain money and influence for themselves. Their evil example among the multitude, and the contempt into which they bring their office among the better laity, are mainly responsible for the decay of society. Of monks and nuns and friars, Gower writes even more bitterly, the monks are frequently unchaste, nuns are sometimes debauched even by their own official visitors, and the friars seriously menace the purity of family life. In short, the reign of Antichrist seems to be at hand. If the world is to be mended, we can only pray God to reform the clergy. Wycliffe himself wrote nothing more bitter than this, yet Gower was a whole horizon removed from anticlericalism or heresy. He hated Lollardy, and chose to spend his last days among the canons of Southwark. Moreover, in the next generation, we have an equally scathing indictment of the Church from Gascoigne, another bitter anti-Wycliffite and the most distinguished Oxford Chancellor of his generation. Saint Catherine of Siena, who knew Rome and Avignon only too well, is proportionately more vehement in her indignation. Moreover, the formal records of the Church itself bear out all the gravest charges in contemporary literature. The parish churches were very frequently reported as neglected, dirty, and ruinous, the very service books and most necessary ornaments as either dilapidated or lacking altogether, priests and people as grossly irreverent. 282. Wherever we find a visitation including laity and clerics alike, the clergy presented for unchastity are always numerous out of all proportion to the laity, sometimes more than 10 times as numerous. Episcopal registers testify plainly to the difficulty of dealing with monastic decay and to the neglect of proper precautions against the intrusion of unworthy clerics into benefices. Many of the anti-Lollard articles solemnly presented by the University of Oxford to the King in 1414 might have been drawn up by Wycliffe himself. These pillars of the Church pray Henry V, who was known to have religion so much at heart, to find some remedy for the sale of indulgences, the undisciplined and unlearned crowd which daily pressed to take sacred orders, the scandalous ease with which illiterate, silly, and ignorant candidates, even if rejected by the English authorities, could get ordained at the Roman court, the system which allowed monasteries to prey upon so many parishes, the pardoners' notorious frauds, the irreverence of the people at large, the embezzlement of hospital endowments, the debasement of moral standards by flattering friar confessors, and lastly the numbers and practical impunity of fornicating monks, friars, and parish priests. As early as 1371, the Commons had petitioned Edward III that, whereas the prelates and ordinaries of Holy Church take money of clergy and laity in redemption of their sin from day to day, and from year to year, in that they keep their concubines openly, to the open scandal and evil example of the whole commonalty, this system of hush money should now be put down by royal authority, that the ordinary courts of justice should have cognizance of such cases, and that such beneficed clergy as still persisted in concubinage should be deprived of their livings. 283. To comment fully on Chaucer's clerical characters in the light of other contemporary documents would be to write a whole volume of church history, but no picture of that age could be even roughly complete without such a summary as I have just given. We must, of course, discount to some extent the language of indignation, but, to understand what it was that drew such bitter words from writers of such acknowledged gravity, we must try to transport ourselves, with our own common human feelings, into that strange and distant world. So much of the old framework of society was either ill-made or long since outworn. A new world was struggling to grow up freely amid the mass of dying conventions. The human spirit was surging vehemently against its barriers, and much was swept boisterously away. The clergy house at Alfriston, Sussex, before its recent restoration, for Plan and Section CP 97, think for a moment of the English boy as we know him, for in most essentials he was very much the same even 500 years ago. At 15 or 16, or even at an earlier age, if his family had sufficient influence, he might well receive a fat rectory or canonry. Before the Black Death, an enormous proportion of the livings in lay advowson were given to persons who were not in priests' orders, and often not in holy orders at all. 284. The Church theoretically forbade with the utmost severity this intrusion of mere boys into the best livings, but all through the Church the forbidden thing was done daily, and most shamelessly of all at the papal court. A strong bishop in the 13th century might indeed fight against the practice, but with slender success. Giffard of Worcester, a powerful and obstinate prelate, attempted in 1282 to enforce the recent decree of the Ecumenical Council of Lyons, and declared the rectory of Camden vacant because the incumbent had refused for 3 years past to qualify himself by taking priest's orders. After 4 years of desperate litigation, during which the Pope twice intervened in a half-hearted and utterly ineffectual fashion, the bishop was obliged to leave the case to the judgment of the Archbishop of Canterbury, whose court enjoyed a reputation for venality only second to that of Rome. Other bishops seem to have given up all serious attempts to enforce the decree of the Council of Lyons. Stapleton of Exeter, for instance, permitted nearly 3/4 of the first presentations by laymen to be made to persons who were not in priests' orders, and he commonly enjoined, after institution, that the new rector should go forthwith and study at the university. To appreciate the full significance of this, we must remember that boys habitually went up to Oxford in those days at from 13 to 16, and that the discipline there was of almost incredible laxity. The majority of students, after inscribing their names on the books of a master whose authority over them was almost nominal, went and lodged where they chose in the town. At the time when Chaucer might have gone to Oxford there were, perhaps, 3,000 students, but, apart from the friaries and collegiate provision for a few monks, there were only 5 colleges, with accommodation in all for something less than 80 students. Only one of these was of stone, not one was yet built in that quadrangular form which, adopted in Chaucer's later days by New College, has since set the pattern for both universities, and the discipline was as rudimentary as the architecture. A further number of students were accommodated in halls or hostels. These had originally been ordinary private houses, rented by 2 or more students in common, and the principal was simply an older student who made himself responsible for the rent. Not until 30 years after Chaucer's death was it enacted that the principal must be a B.A. at least, and since we find that at Paris, where the same regulation was introduced about the same time, it was necessary even 50 years later to proceed against women who kept university halls. It is quite probable that the salutary statute was frequently broken at Oxford also. The government of these halls was entirely democratic, and only at a later period was it possible even to close the gates on the students at night. These boys were in general perfectly free to roam about the streets up to the hour at which all respectable citizens were in the habit, if not actually compelled by the town statutes, of retiring to bed. They might spend their evenings in the tavern and drink as much as they please. Drunkenness is rarely treated as a university offense at all. The penalties which are denounced and inflicted even for grave outrages are seldom severe, and never of a specially schoolboy character. It is necessary to assert emphatically that the religious education of a bygone Oxford, in so far as it ever had any existence, was an inheritance not from the Middle Ages but from the Reformation. In Catholic countries it was the product of the Counter-Reformation. Until that time the Church provided as little professional education for the future priest as it did religious instruction for the ordinary layman. 285. The only religious education was that the student, like other citizens, was supposed to attend Mass regularly on Sundays and holy days, and might very likely know enough Latin to follow the service. But the want of proper grounding in Latin was always the weak point of these universities. It is probable that at least half the scholars left Oxford without any degree whatever, and we have not only the general complaints of contemporaries, but actual records of examinations showing that quite a considerable proportion of the clergy could not decently construe the language of their own service books. How, indeed, should the ordinary idle man have learned anything to speak of, under so rudimentary a system of teaching and discipline? Gower asserts as strongly as Wycliffe that the beneficed clergy escaped from their parishes to the university as to a place of riot and self-indulgence. If Exeter was a typical diocese, and there seems no reason to the contrary, there must have been at any given time something like 600 English rectors and vicars living at the universities with the license of their bishops, and the registers show definite traces of others who took French leave. Here, then, was a society in which boys were herded together with men of middle or advanced age, and in which the seniors were often the least decorous. 286. No doubt the average boy escaped the company of those chamberdecains of whom the Oxford authorities complained that they sleep all day, and prowl by night about taverns and houses of ill fame and occasions of homicide. No doubt it was only a small minority at Cambridge of whom men complained to Parliament that they scoured the country in gangs for purposes of robbery and blackmail. But the average man cared no more for learning then than now, and had far fewer opportunities of study. The athleticism which is the refuge of modern idleness was severely discouraged by the authorities, while the tavern was always open. The bishop himself, by instituting this boy in his teens, had given his approval to the vicious system which gave the prizes of the church to the rich and powerful, and left a heavy proportion of the parish work to be done by a lower class of hireling chaplains. These latter, who, like Chaucer's poor parson, were mostly drawn from the peasant class, were willing to accept the lowest possible wages and the smallest possible chance of preferment for the sake of a position which, at the worst, put them far above their father or their brothers, and meanwhile the more fortunate rectors, little controlled either by their bishops or by public opinion, drifted naturally into the position of squarsons, hunters, and farmers. The large majority were precluded from almost all intellectual enjoyments by their imperfect education and the scarcity of books. The regular and healthy home life, which has kept so many an idle man straight in the world, was denied to these men, who were professionally pledged to live as the angels of God, while they stood exposed to every worldly temptation. The consequence was inevitable. Orthodox writers 4 centuries before the Reformation complained that the real fount and origin of heresy lay in the evil lives of the clergy. In outlying districts like Wales, probably also in Ireland, and certainly in parts of Germany, clerical concubinage was systematically tolerated, and only taxed for the benefit of the bishop's or archdeacon's purse. The reader has already seen that this same system was often practiced in England, though with less cynical effrontery. Chapter XIV Conclusion. Although the style of Chaucer, for the antiquity may distaste you, yet as under a bitter and rough rind there lieth a delicate kernel of conceit and sweet invention. Henry Peacham, The Complete Gentleman 1622. Into this state of things suddenly came the Black Death of 1348–9, the most terrible plague that ever raged in Christendom. This was at once hailed by moralists as God's long-delayed punishment upon a society rotten to the core. At first the world was startled into seriousness. Many of the clergy fought the plague with that self-sacrificing devotion which, in all denominations, a large fraction of the Christian clergy has always shown at similar moments. But there is no evidence to show that the priests died in sensibly larger proportions than their flocks, and many contemporary chroniclers expressly record that the sick were commonly deserted even by their spiritual pastors. After the first shock was over, the multitude relapsed into a license proportionate to their first terror, a reaction described most vividly by Boccaccio, but with equal emphasis by other chroniclers. Many good men, in their bitter disappointment, complained that the world was grown more careless and irreligious than before the plague, but this can hardly be the verdict of most modern students who look carefully into the mass of surviving evidence. To begin with, the Black Death dealt a fatal blow to that old vicious system of boy-rectors. Half the population perished in the plague, half the livings went suddenly begging, and in the church, as on the farm, labor was at a sudden premium. Such curates as survived dropped naturally into the vacant rectories, and, side by side with acts of Parliament designed to keep the labourer down to his old wages, we find archiepiscopal decrees against the unbridled cupidity of the clergy, who by their pernicious example encouraged this demand of the lower classes for higher wages. The incumbent, who ought to be only too thankful that God has spared his life, takes advantage of the present stress to desert his parish and run after mass money. 287. Chaplains, again, are not content with their competent and accustomed salaries which, as a matter of fact, were sometimes no higher than the wages of a common archer or a farm bailiff. But the economic movement was irresistible, and the registers from this time forward show an extraordinary increase in the number of priests instituted to livings. In the same lists where the priests were formerly only 37% of the whole, their proportion rises during and after the pestilence to 74%. The Black Death did in 1 year what the Ecumenical Council of Lyons had conspicuously failed to do, though summoned by a great reforming pope and inspired by such zealous disciplinarians as Saint Bonaventure and his fellow Franciscan, Eudes Regord of Rouen. Again, the shock of the pestilence, the complete desertion of so many poor country benefices by the clergy, and the scandal generated by this quarrel over wages between chaplains and their employers, naturally threw the people back very much upon their own religious resources. The lay control over parish finances in 15th-century England, which, limited as it was, still excites the wonder of modern Catholicism, probably dated from this period. Men no longer gave much to monks, or even, in comparison with past times, to friars, but they now devoted their main religious energies to beautifying and endowing their own parish churches, which became far larger and more richly furnished in the 15th century than in the 13th. Moreover, Abbot Gasquet is probably right in attributing to the Black Death the rise of a new tone in orthodox religious feeling, which was characterized by a more devotional and more self-reflective cast than previously. There was every probability of such a religious change. All earnest men had seen in the plague the chastening hand of God, and in the end it yielded the peaceable fruit of righteousness unto them which were exercised thereby. But this bracing process could not possibly, under the circumstances of the time, work entirely on the lines of orthodox conservatism. When we count up the forces that produced Wycliffism, the notorious corruption of the papal court, its unpopular French leanings, the vast sums drawn from England by foreign ecclesiastics, the unpopularity of the clergy at home, the growth of the English language and national spirit, among all these causes we must not forget to note that Wycliffe and his contemporaries, in their early manhood, had struggled through a year of horrors almost beyond modern conception. They had seen the multitude run wild, first with religious fanaticism and then with blasphemous despair, had watched all this volcanic matter cool rapidly down into dead lava, and were left to count one more abortive reform, and re-echo the old despairing "How long, O Lord?" Sad to say, it seemeth to many that we are fallen into those unhappy times wherein the lights of heaven seem to be turned to darkness, and the stars of heaven are fallen upon the earth. Our priests are now become blind, dark, and beclouded. They are now darker than the laity. Lo, in these days there is neither shaven crown on their head, nor religious decency in their garments, nor modesty in their words, nor temperance in their food, nor shamefastness in their gestures, nor even chastity in their deeds. 288. Such is the cry of an orthodox contemporary of Wycliffe's, and words like these explain why Wycliffe himself became unorthodox against his will. If he had died at the age of 50 or thereabouts, towards the beginning of Chaucer's business career, posterity would have known him only as the most distinguished English philosopher of his time. The part which he played in later life was to a great extent forced upon him by the strong practical sense which underlay his speculative genius. Others saw the faults of religion as clearly, and exposed them as unmercifully, as he. But, while they were content to end with a pious "Well, God mend all," Wycliffe was one of those in whom such thoughts lead to action. Nay, by God, Donald, we must help him to mend it. No doubt there were errors in his teaching, and much more that was premature, otherwise the authorities could never have managed so nearly to exterminate Lollardy. On the other hand, it is equally certain that Wycliffe gave a voice to feelings widespread and deeply rooted in the country. Orthodox chroniclers record their amazement at the rapid spread of his doctrines. In those days, says Knighton, with picturesque exaggeration, that sect was held in the greatest honor, and multiplied so that you could scarce meet two men by the way whereof one was not a disciple of Wycliffe. Walsingham speaks of the London citizens in general as unbelieving towards God and the traditions of their fathers, supporters of the Lollards. 289. In 1395 the Wycliffite opinions were openly pleaded before Parliament by two Privy Councillors, a powerful Northamptonshire landlord, and the brother of the Earl of Salisbury. The bishops had to recall Richard II. In hot haste from Ireland to deal with this open propaganda of heresy. 10 years after Chaucer's death, again, a bill was presented by the Commons for the wholesale disendowment of bishoprics and greater monasteries, because of priests and clerks that now have full nigh destroyed all the houses of alms within the realm. The petitioners pleaded that, apart from the enormous gain to the finances of the state, and to a proposed new system of almshouses, it would be a positive advantage to disendow idle and luxurious prelates and monks, the which life and evil example of them hath been so long vicious that all the common people, both lords and simple commons, be now so vicious and infected through boldship of their sin, that scarce any man dreadeth God nor the devil. The King and the Prince of Wales, however, would not listen either to this proposal or to those upon which the petitioners afterwards fell back, that criminous clerks should be dealt with by the King's courts, and that the recent act for burning Lollards should be repealed. 290. The Lollard movement in the Parliament of 1395 was led by Chaucer's old fellow ambassador, Sir Richard Story, the valiant ancient knight of Froissart's chronicles, and Chaucer himself has often been hailed, however, falsely, as a Wycliffite. The mere fact that he speaks disparagingly of the clergy simply places him side by side with Saint Bernard, Saint Bonaventure, and Saint Catherine of Siena, whose language on this subject is sometimes far stronger than his. As a fellow protege of John of Gaunt, Chaucer must often have met Wycliffe in that princely household. He sympathized, as so many educated Englishmen did, with many of the reformers' opinions, but all the evidence is against his having belonged in any sense to the Lollard sect. The testimony of the poet's own writings has been excellently summed up in chap. 6 of Professor Lounsbury's Studies in Chaucer. In early life our hero seems to have accepted as a matter of course the popular religion of his time. His hymn to the Virgin even outbids the fervor of its French original, and in the tales of miracles which he versified he has taken no pains to soften down touches which would now be received with skepticism alike by Protestants and by the papal commissioners for the revision of the breviary. Tales of the Second Nun, Man of Law and Prioress. Even then he was probably among the many who disbelieved in tales of Jewish ritual murder, though not sufficiently to deter the artist in him from welcoming the exquisite pathos of the little scholar's death. But his mind was naturally critical, and it was further widened by an acquaintance with many cities and many men. The merchants and scholars of Italy were notorious for their free thinking, and we may see in the unpriestly priest Froissart the skeptical habit of mind which was engendered in a 14th-century intellectual by a life spent in courts and among men of the world. It is quite natural, therefore, to find Chaucer scoffing openly at several small superstitions, which in many less skeptical minds lived on for centuries. The belief in Arthur and Lancelot, in fairies, in magic, in Virgilian miracles, in pagan oracles and gods, in alchemy, and even in judicial astrology. These last 2 points, indeed, supply a very close analogy to his religious views. It is difficult to avoid concluding, from his very intimate acquaintance with the details of the pursuit, that he had himself once been bitten with the craze for the philosopher's stone. Again, if we only looked at his frequent poetical allusions to judicial astrology, we should be driven to conclude that he was a firm believer in the superstition. But in the prose astrolabe, one of his latest and most serious writings, he expressly repudiates any such belief. The analogy from this to his expressions on religious subjects is very close. At first sight we might judge him to have accepted to the last, though with growing reserve and waning enthusiasm, the whole contemporary system of doctrines and practices which Wycliffe in later life so unreservedly condemned. But 1 or 2 passages offer startling proof to the contrary. Take the prologue to the Legend of Good Women. 1,000 times have I heard men tell that there is joy in heaven and pain in hell, and I accord well that it is so. But natheless yet wot I well also that there is none dwelling in this country that either earth in heaven or hell why be, he may of it none other ways witen, no but as he hath heard said or found it written, for by assay there may no man it prove. And, again, the reflections which he adds upon the death of Arcite, without the least authority from the original of Boccaccio, his spirit changed house, and went there, as I came never, I cannot tell where, therefore I stint, I am no divinister winking sad smiley stop of souls find I not in this register, nor list me those opinions to tell of them, though that they writen where they dwell. It is difficult to believe that the man who gratuitously recorded those 2 personal impressions, without the least excuse of artistic necessity, was a perfectly orthodox Catholic. It is more than possible that he would not have accepted in cold blood all the consequences of his words, but we may see plainly in him that skeptical, mocking spirit to which the contemporary Sacchetti constantly addresses himself in his sermons. This was indeed one of the most obvious results of the growing unpopularity of the hierarchy, intensified by the shock of the Black Death. That great crisis had specially stimulated the two religious extremes. Churches grew rapidly in size and in splendor of furniture, while great lords built themselves oratories from which they could hear Mass without getting out of bed. The Pope decreed a new service for a new Saint's Day, full of mysteries, stuffed with indulgences at a time when even reasonable men began to complain that the world had too many. Richard II presented His Holiness with an elaborate book of the miracles of Edward, late King of England, that is, of the weak and vicious Edward II, whose attempted canonization was as much a political job as those of Lancaster and Arundel, Scrope and Henry VI. And this popular canonization ran so wild that men feared lest the crowd of new saintlings should throw Christ and his apostles into the shade. On the other side there was the new theology which had grown up, with however little justification, from the impulse given by orthodox and enthusiastic friars, pantheistic doctrines, minimizing the reality of sin, denials of eternal punishment, attempts to find a heaven for good pagans and Jews. 291, even in the 13th century, willingly or unwillingly, the friars had raised similar questions. A minister general had been scandalized to hear them debating in their schools whether God existed. And Berthold of Ratisbon had felt bound to warn his hearers against the subtle sophism that souls, when once they have been thoroughly calcined, must reach a point at which anything short of hellfire would feel uncomfortably chilly. This is the state of mind into which Chaucer, like so many of his contemporaries, seems to have drifted. He had no reasoned antagonism to the church dogmas as a whole; on the contrary, he was keenly sensible to the beauty of much that was taught. But the humorist in him was no less tickled by many popular absurdities, and he had enough philosophy to enjoy the eternal dispute between free will and predestination. As a boy, he had knelt unthinkingly. As a broken old man, he was equally ready to bow again before eternal omnipotence, and to weep bitterly for his sins. But, in his years of ripe experience and prosperity and conscious intellectual power, we must think of him neither among the devout haunters of shrines and sanctuaries nor among those who sat more austerely at the feet of Wycliffe's poor priests, rather among the rich and powerful folk who scandalized both Catholics and Lollards by taking God's name in vain among their cups, and whetting their worldly wit on sacred mysteries. We get glimpses of this in many quarters, in the Roman de la Rose for instance, but still more in Sacchetti's sermons and the poem of Piers Plowman. Here the poet complains, after speaking of the gluttony and great oaths that were then fashionable, but if they carpen of Christ, these clerks and these lay folk, discuss at the meat in their mirth, when minstrels be still, then tell they of the Trinity a tale or twain and bringen forth a bald reason, and take Bernard to witness, and put forth a presumption to prove the sooth. Thus they drivel at their deis the deity to know, and gnawen God with the gorge when the gut is full. I have heard high men eating at the table carpen, as they clerks were, of Christ and his might, and laid faults upon the Father that formed us all, and carpen against Clarke's crabbed words. Why would our Saviour suffer such a worm in his bliss that beguiled the woman and the man after, through which wiles and words they went unto hell, and all their seed for their sin the same death suffered? Here lieth your law, these lords gin dispute. Of that ye clerks us kenneth of Christ by the gospel, teach why should we, that now be, for the works of Adam rot and be rent, reason would it never, such motives they move, these masters in their glory, and maken men to misbelieve that muse much on their words. 292. Westminster Abbey view from near Chaucer's tomb. More unorthodox still were those whom Walsingham would have made partly responsible for the horrors of the peasants' revolt. Some traced the cause of these evils to the sins of the great folk, whose faith in God was feigned, for some of them, it is said, believed that there was no God, no sacrament of the altar, no resurrection from the dead, but that as a beast dies so also there is an end of man. There is, of course, no such dogmatic infidelity in Chaucer. Even if he had felt it, he was too wise to put it in writing, as Professor Lounsbury justly says of the two passages quoted above. The wonder is not that they are found so infrequently, but that they are found at all. Yet there was also in Chaucer a true vein of religious seriousness. Troilus and Chrysid was written not long before the legend of good women, and as at the outset of the later poem he goes out of his way to scoff, so at the end of the Troilus he is at equal pains to make a profession of faith. The last stanza of all, with its invocation to the Trinity and to the Virgin Mary, might be merely conventional. Medieval literature can show similar sentiments in very strange contexts, and part of this very stanza is translated from Dante. But however Chaucer may have loved to let his wit play about sacred subjects at meat in his mirth when minstrels were still, we can scarcely fail to recognize another side to his mind when we come to the end of those Troilus stanzas which are due merely to Boccaccio, and begin upon the translator's own epilogue, O young fresh folks, he or she in which a love upgroweth with your age. Repair ye home from worldly vanity. Come, children, let us shut up the box and the puppets, for the play is played out. But, though we have nothing of the reformer in our composition, though we are for the most part only too frankly content to take the world as we find it, though, even in their faith, our fellow Christians make us murmur, Lord, what fools these mortals be, though we most love to write of Vanity Fair, yet at the bottom of our heart we do desire a better country, and confess sometimes with our mouth that we are strangers and pilgrims on the earth. Indeed, if our poet had not been keenly sensible of the beauty of holiness, then the less Chaucer he. As it is, he stands the most Shakespearean figure in English literature, after Shakespeare himself. Age cannot wither him, nor custom stale his infinite variety. We venerate him for his years, and he daily startles us with the eternal freshness of his youth. All springtide is here, with its green leaves and singing birds. Aptly we read him stretched at length in the summer shade, yet almost more delightfully in winter, with our feet on the fender, for he smacks of all familiar comforts, old friends, old books, old wine, and even, by a proleptic miracle, old cigars. Here, said Dryden, is God's plenty, and Lowell inscribed the first leaf of his Chaucer with that promise which the poet himself set upon the enchanted gate of his Parliament of Fowls. Through me men go into the blissful place of the heart's heal and deadly wounds cure. Through me men go unto the well of grace, where green and lusty May doth ever endure. This is the way to all good adventure. Be glad, thou reader, and thy sorrow off cast. All open am I. Pass in, and speed thee fast. Index. A abjuration of the realm. 285 Aldersgate, 117 Aldgate, 30, 56, 76, 77, 93 ff. 116, 117, Tower, 78, 266 All Hallows Stonechurch, 77 Angle, Sir Gichard de, 51 Anne of Bohemia, Queen, 56, 208 Antwerp, 13, 14 Archery, 232, 235, 236, 240 Architecture, 119 Arundel, Archbishop, 142 Earl, 311 Ate Chapel, Bartholomew, 26 B Badlismere, Lord, 297 Banastra, Catherine, 184 Becket, St. Thomas A, 142, 143, 169, 288 Bedfellows, 87, 140 Belknap, Chief Justice, 264 Berkeley, the family of, 52, 179, 195 ff. 239, 240 Bishopsgate, 15 Black Death, 304 Black Prince, 17, 176 Blanchepleton, 78 Blanche, Duchess of Lancaster, 37 Blountisham, Richard de, 96 Borchicchio, 47, 48 Books, cost of, 99 Bourton under Blee, 167 Brember, Sir Nicholas, 60, 94, 135, 193 Brie-Relais, Richard, 63 Bribery, 200 Bristol, 239, 240 Buckholt, Isabella, 65 Bucklersbury, 16 Buckton, 68 Burley, Sir John, 51 Burley, Sir Simon, 54, 60 Burne-Jones, 29 C. Cadzand, 133 Scene, 77, Siege of, 248, 249 Calais, 10, 174, 183 Cambridge, 8, 77, 274, 302 Canterbury, 76, 140, 143, 145, 167, 169, 170, 271, 297 Chandos, Sir John, 175 Charing Cross Mews, 61 Charles V of France, 33, 52, 122 6. Of France, 70 de Blois, 252 Chaucer, Geoffrey, and Aldgate, 56, 93 ff. 101, his aloofness, 69, 95, his birth, 3, 15, and Boccaccio, 47, and books, 95 ff. His childhood, 17, Clerk of Love, 222, his clerkship of works, 60, his controllership, 54, at court, 173, at the custom house, 76, 79, and Dante, 43, 74, his death and tomb, 73, in debt, 54, 59, 64, 65, his debt to Dante, 45, his family, 12, his favor from Henry IV, 66, his freshness, 114, at Greenwich, 62, his house at Westminster, 72. His last poems, 68, his literary development, 137, in London, 53, loses clerkship, 63, loses controllership, 58, in love, 22, his love of nature, 112, and Lynn, 15, his marriage, 27, optimistic, 10, origin of name, 12, his originality, 39, 45, as page, 21, in Parliament, 56, his pathos, 246, and Petrarch, 46, 48, his philosophy, 70, and Piers Plowman, 71, his raptus, 54, and religion, 44, 149, 309 ff. His retractation, 72, robbed, 63, as royal yeoman, 27, 31, as squire, 32, his times, 1, his travels, 35, 40 ff. 51, in war, 25, his wide experiences, 74, his wife's death, 59, and wine, 79, and women, 119, his writings, 36, 56, 64, and Wycliffe, 308 Chaucer, Elizabeth, 74 John, 14, 15, 17, 20, 21, 22, 26, 27, 193 Lois, 55, 64, 73 Philippa, 27, 28, 29, 30, 59, 96, 101, 103, 104, 178 Richard, 13 Robert Malinlow, 12, 13 Simon, 283, 284 Thomas, 31, 73 Chaucer, Cecilia, 54, 55 Chaucer, Elizabeth, 74 Cheapside, 16, 81, 88, 89, 90 Child marriages, 198, 204, 206, 207 children. Beaton, 215 Chiltern Hills, 117 Chimneys, 86 Chivalry, Decay of, 190, Golden Age of, 189, and Marriage, 202, Theory of, 188 church buildings decayed, 297, corruption of, 296, talking in, 140 churchmen, John, 79 Clarence, Lionel of, 13, 21, 22, 48, 49, 52 clergy, and hunting, 280, 281, in Parliament, 7, unpopular, 306, 308, youth of, 299 clerical, criminals, 288 ff. Education, 300 ff. Immunity, 288 ff. Influence, decay of, 8 ff. Morality, 156, 157, 159, 197, 281, 291, 296, 297, 298, 303. Clerkenwell, 264 Comfort, ideal of, 191, 192, 257 Compostela, 140, 141, 142 Compurgation, 289 Conscription, 234 ff. And Liberty, 251, 253, 263, and Peace, 250 Constance, Duchess of Lancaster, 30 Contrasts, 176 Cornhill, 81, 107, 112, 291 Crecy, 232, 233, 238, 239, 240, 242 Crime and Punishment, 283 Cripplegate, 77, 93, 94 Crusades, decay of, 190 D. Dancing, 108 Dartford, 154 Dartmouth, 133, 134 David, King of Scots, 17 Dennington, 13 Despenser, Bishop, 237 Edward, 49 Dilapidation, 297 Divorce, 205 Douglas, Sir James, 238 Dovecots, Manorial, 196 Du Guesclin, Bertrand, 241, 242, 244 Eavesdroppers, 83 Edward I, 6, 77, 122, 194, 213, 234, 235, 292, 179, 254, 297, 311 3, 4, 6, 9, 10, 13, 14, 16, 25, 26, 27, 32, 33, 35, 38, 42, 53, 59, 70, 88, 122, 123, 126, 133, 172 ff. 191, 194, 197, 234, 235, 237, 238, 240 ff. 249, 263, 275, 292, 298, bankrupt, 126, his character, 173, his court, 33, his marriage, 178, his Rhine journey, 13 England, growing wealth of, 126, unsettled state. 67 English, commerce, 122 ff. Democratic, 253, fickleness of, 134, language, 3 ff. Language in Chaucer's poems, 74, in war, 244, 254 Epping, 116 Exeter, 99, 182, 301 F. Fastolf, Sir John, 211, 212 Florence, 40, 42, 43, 48 Food of the poor, 268 Foreigners in England, 123 Forster, Richard, 52, 94 Frederick II, Emperor, 190 Freethought, 44, 125, 309 ff. French and English nobles, 33, language, decay of, 3 ff. Friars, 294, 298, and usury, 124 G games, 109, 272 ff. 275 Gascoigne, Chief Justice, 211, 212 Gaston, Count of Foy, 175, 209, 211 Gauger, William Le, 15 Gaunt, John, 13,